All right, I am here. And we're going to be continuing screwdrivers. I just noticed that these supporter pack rewards are actually behind this vehicle. If you notice that. That's kind of, that's a little bit strange to look at. It makes them look really big. They're like inside of the, yeah, that's interesting. So I noticed some modifications that I can make on the Dragonfly that I built yesterday. And given the way that we constructed this, it's very easily modifiable. I think moving forward, there are a couple things that I want to check out. There is an exploit, a physics exploit that was discovered recently utilizing a stepper, using the stepper motor. So there's a way to use the stepper motor to produce infinite max speed. And you do it by using a whole bunch of planetary gears in a row. And Almagma, another YouTuber who plays this game, was the first person I saw use it. And I believe someone showed them it. And now it is going to be a known fact that it's effectively a Kraken drive, as far as I understand it. This only needs to be 3, right? And this works because the weight can clip into the planetary gears. We're going to need one of these to be reversed, and we don't know which one because it's impossible to tell until you just test it. Bit Gaming, welcome. What are we working on today? I'm going to be refining the Dragonfly because there are a couple refinements that desperately need to be made. And then I'm also going to be checking out effectively the Kraken drive. So the exploit, the physics exploit using the stepper motor. Also, this tail should be the other direction. Be facing outward and away from the center of mass. And I think having it even farther out to the sides is going to make our turning more efficient and even tighter. But this whole Dragonfly build is a culmination of the knowledge that I've gained from my own builds and other builds. And I do think this is coming together quite well. What number is the black color? 5? Yeah. Sure, we can make that black as well. There you go. And I do think that this would benefit from having a fin on the front. Just one fin. Like, I just want to try it with and without it. But just one fin in the front. All right, let's see if we have the engines in the correct directions. We do not. They are opposite right now. We like space to go forward, left control to go backwards. There we go. Oh, that definitely... Oh, yep, nope, it's not connected. Not connected. It's okay. Like, I can fly it, but it doesn't rotate. Yeah, no. This doesn't like simply having one connection here. And that's what we figured out last time. Is that if you just connect this to one beam, the amount of weight and force causes it to rotate in the socket. Not rotate, but wiggle. It wiggles in the socket of the beam, even though it's in a 3-beam. Now, maybe if we do this, because I think the whole thing was wiggling. So if we make those go all the way through. If we just get that to go all the way through. And then we double it up. So these are going through 2 beams. And then on top of that, we put 2 pins inside of those 2 beams. 2 beams to keep them even more rigid. That should be good. Yep, that fixed it. Oh, rotated the wrong way. There's only one way to tell which direction is up, and that's based on the rear fins. Everything else is pretty much perfectly mirrored and symmetrical, aside from the rear fins. Oh, that's a problem. The rotation is now flipped. Hold on, let me check that again. We got to do some careful testing here to get our controls correct. Yeah. See, I'm pressing E, Q, it's the opposite. That's why I'm having a hard time controlling it. I'm looking at the rear fins thinking, oh, that's up, and it's like, no, that's actually down because the roll is inverse. Grammy, welcome back. There we go. That feels way better. That turn radius is a little bit better. Now, I want to test putting some shark fins on the front. I think we can fit a shark fin on front. You could paint the top green and the bottom red to be able to tell even better. That would actually be a decent idea. We would need to add another tail beam though, because there is no top, right? The only thing that's out of alignment here is this thing. So these fins that are pointing against these arrows in this right direction is the top of it. I did see your message on the Ghost Gears issue. What was it? What was it exactly again? I read it and I kind of understood it, but I don't fully understand the implication. If we put 2 of these on front, and then these should actually be facing backwards towards the back. Yeah, these were actually not in alignment. Okay. Yeah, so we are refining this build. That definitely makes it more maneuverable, having those 2 wings on the front. As to why, I don't know. The biggest limitation is the we touched our tail again. I want to go through there. The biggest limitation is the camera. Like, if you're watching the stream, you can clearly tell, like, the camera, see, I couldn't see that rock. You know what I mean? It's kind of a hard limitation. We need to, like, vector underneath the bridge. Oh, I turned the wrong way because it was upside down. This thing is good. I need to make like another beam on the back and then make it like orange. That way I'll be able to tell. I'll be able to tell which way is up a lot easier. Just going off of these fins is pretty difficult. Like a very clear visual indication is much preferred. And we can add even more fins by doing this. It said the 2 different engines make power in different areas of the power curve. And if the peak power of each engine matches a gear that it likes, it will add another gear in its place. Oh, that's so weird. I'm sure the developers know. Oh, that makes it even more maneuverable. Look at that. We can just do a full loop like that. Now I want to go about increasing the power of this thing. Oh, but I can't. When I'm... No, I can kind of do it. Like, I want to be able to stabilize it in the air while it's not moving. And I kind of can, but it's difficult when I start to flatten out. There's an orbit camera with mouse option in general settings. I'll try that. Thank you, BitGaming. Here, orbit camera with mouse. There we go. It is doing that. Yeah. It's still so it's not a pure orbit camera. See, I'm moving my mouse like very far left and right. It still has a relation to your motion rather than being statically connected to your vehicle. It's got a rubber band effect. So because we're going very quickly, and particularly when I go up, it's based on horizontal motion. So that's good to know that that's an option. But the orbit camera doesn't work well with flying vehicles. But yes, the orange tail is the bottom. We're flying upright right now. When I'm flying and I'm trying to do like a maneuver, you need to know which way you're gonna go when you press S or W. That's the reason why I'm concerned about that. This thing is absolutely more maneuverable than, oh, we almost hit, than the Mark 1 version, which is what I ideally want. Now, the difficulty comes in with our maneuverability when we're standing still, right? But I think we can fix that by adding 2 more blades for more torque. So like you notice, even though we're fully exploiting the downforce in the game, right? If I face straight up, you notice it takes us a second to, we still have an acceleration, right? Like if I'm slow, we're at 50, 60, and I press spacebar, it takes us a second to get up to 260. Like that takes us like a solid 2 seconds. So I think the way to solve that is going to be to extend these. These are 7s. We extend them out to be 11s. And then we just continue the pattern down. Add 2 more blades on each one. That should help. Yeah, I'll worry about painting everything after I'm done. Wonder how fast you could do the point-to-point missions. Probably pretty fast. The limitation is the fact that you start out vertical. So you would need to rapidly go horizontal, accelerate into the air very slightly, and then rapidly go horizontal. And I'll test that. I'll try some races. We tried the final race, and we immediately learned that we didn't have enough maneuverability. For the secret queen race. Is it the secret queen or the secret prince? I can't remember at this one. We modified that vehicle and created the secret monster by just basically just adding monster truck wheels to it. All right, that might help. Let's see what happens. We need torque. We need more torque on the low end. So, like, we're still stuck at... Oh, it makes it less maneuverable as well. We can't turn nearly as well now. Or rotate. Interesting. Our acceleration is slightly better, though. We do accelerate slightly faster. But as a result, my maneuverability has declined. So I'm thinking the better option and the lighter option is going to be to add... See, I'm pulling up as hard as I can. Yeah. The better and lighter option is going to be to extend these up to, and to add another planetary gear here, because the planetary gears only weigh 4. Yeah, the carbon wings are extremely light. Huh. That's difficult. So we added more wings, and it did not help us. Because we're going for added additional maneuverability and additional acceleration. And getting both of those things is going to be difficult. We have the additional maneuverability, But by adding extra wings, we lost our... We got additional acceleration, but we lost our added mobility, maneuverability. Can you just spin the blades faster? Yes, that is what adding another planetary gear will do. Do we think we can go through all these rings here? You know the devs put those rings there for a reason. If I can see where I'm going, that would be great. Oh my. Nope, we went over them. Oh, so close. It's also just pilot skill too. Like I'm really not flying this thing too well. Using the keyboard and mouse is we got through like the first three. We crashed through the first three. Now we've got to come in at a steeper angle or a straighter angle. I feel like I can't see it until I'm like really, really close. Oh, we lined up perfectly, but it curves. Like the rings are not straight, so turning while inside of them is difficult. This thing, it spins very flat now. We could even out the yaw rotation by adding, well, I don't, let's take these off quickly and see how it feels. By yaw rotation, I mean this movement. Like, we have yaw rotation, but we're much faster if we pitch. Like that. Yeah. This has more mobility. I need to, but see how like we stall out when we turn? We're gonna add more planetary gears. That's what we're gonna do. The thing is, it doesn't feel bad. It's mostly my flying ability and the camera, which is the biggest limitation. So if we add another planetary gear, we should pretty much just get free. Oh, what we can do is make this a 7. Yeah. we'll just get free acceleration increase. Mateus, welcome. We're working on, there we go, boom. Look at that. We're working on the Dragonfly Mark II, and then we're gonna exploit the physics in the game. Oh, clean under the bridge. Weird. Look at how it flattens out when it's because of the added power. Like, we can't stall out. The maneuverability is still there, but it's like wiggly. It's strange. Like when we start stalling out, if I'm cruising and I let go of the accelerator, then see how we stay flat and stable? The nose starts going down. You just like can't see it on screen. Yeah, it feels okay. So we know we can get more power. Just a matter of like, do we actually want to see the vehicle on our screen while we're flying it? That's the question. Oh, we just clipped the bridge. But yes, there is, we did learn of an exploit using the stepper motor to get effectively infinite speed. Which is just another way to get infinite torque and speed, aside from using the downforce. Onto the bridge. Nope. Went too high. You need to, it's also weird, like you need to be close to the ground in order to reset the vehicle. It's like too fast for me to reliably control it. The camera definitely makes it extremely difficult as well. Like, you can constantly tell, like, every time I turn, it's like I get really close to the vehicle, you know? Like, okay, I want to turn around. Sure, let's turn around. The thing, like, flies into me and I can't see where I'm going. Why are you using this engine and not the bigger one? Because so the way the downforce works in the game, you can see we're going like 600 kilometers an hour, pretty steady. It works differently than the way torque produced by engines connected to wheels works in this game. So we don't need, yeah, it also wiggles. I don't know if I like the wiggle so much. But yes, the downforce on the wings works differently. So we don't need bigger engines. We need more RPM. We need a higher RPM. We could probably even be using the small electric engine for pretty much the same effect. Like, more horsepower isn't going to make this thing faster. This whole thing only weighs... Actually, it's kind of heavy. 600? Why does it, wait, why is it weighing 600? Oh, is that because we have the weights? We're balancing out the mass with this tail weight. If we get rid of the tail weight, what happens is when I'm flying flat, I constantly pitch down slightly. But you can see, getting rid of that weight, I wonder, did the tail weight also... No, I think we're okay. I don't know if we actually need the tail weight. I was using it as a counterbalance. Yeah, I don't like that wiggle. That's where the extra power... Like, if you look at the Mark 1, it doesn't wiggle when we're under full load. Like, if I turn and then I pull, it just turns. It doesn't wiggle at all. It keeps my heading in the direction that I want to go in. Zero, welcome back. And this thing cruises at about, yeah, this has nose down as well. Still very, very slight though. I wonder if moving, I'm not going to modify the Mark 1. The Mark 1 feels good enough as it is. Would it still wiggle if you use pins rather than an axle for the tail connect? Maybe. Oh, that actually helped. I think it's wiggling because of the way that we're getting lift on the tail. The tail isn't moving. Yeah, see how we just turn around now? I can't actually see it because we're going above 500 kilometers an hour. I love how it just like, yeah, no. So adding that weight to the tail just balanced it out. That feels actually really good. We moved the center of mass farther back. So if I turn, it swings the tail out, see? Without wiggling. So we get increased mobility, maneuverability. Yeah, having that weight farther back helped a lot. I wonder, I don't know if we needed that much though. Let me see. See, the center of mass is now right in between the powertrain, like right between the fan blades, which is where we're getting our lift, our thrust. That's where we want it to be. That's why it feels so much better. So yeah, this thing, it's starting to feel like a Mark II, except for our ability to yaw, right? Our ability to pull up is still okay. And we can cruise in a turn like this. If I just keep the thing, see, it has this constant pull up. And that actually feels quite good. Like if we get into a turn, it kind of keeps the turn. Like in a real airplane, that's kind of how it works. Like you pitch, and then you I'm not touching anything right now. it kind of holds the turn, right? Like that feels pretty good. Yaw would come from adding a way to turn the tail fin side to side. Yeah, added yaw. We could add that feels better. The thing is, the roll, so yaw isn't as important, right? So like this motion left and right isn't as important, because like we can do it as long as you can yaw horizontally to a slight degree, like you're okay. The big thing is being able to pitch and pull up. So like if I really want to turn to the right, I roll and turn. That's what's most important. Our roll speed and then our pitch speed. But we're going over 500. And yes, if I wanted to go 1,000, 2,000, I could just scale this thing up. Now, we learned that adding more fan blades doesn't increase maneuverability. It increases the acceleration slightly, but most importantly, we just need to get RPM from the engines. Yeah, we lose maneuverability if we slow down, right? Like yeah, it's weird. It's like we have wings, but we don't have wings. That's the way it handles is very interesting. But if I let go of the acceleration, we don't stall until we're like really slow. We kind of carry our speed a little bit. But now we're stalled out. Yeah. So it's really the question of like, you know, we could work on a quadcopter. Right? An ideal vehicle would be one that I can stop with that maintains stability. Right? Like if I wanted to stop, that's something we should concern ourselves with. But the way this is set up, if I let go of the accelerator, I can still kind of control it. But no, now I'm like, I can't keep it stable, right? Kind of. Like creating a system where we can hover. That's the term I'm looking for. Yeah, this still wiggles a bit. Yeah, it gets like the faster we go, the harder it is to control it. Could we gain more by removing another set of blades? Maybe. I can try that. Yeah, see how it snaps and wiggles? Like, I don't like that. And that starts happening when you're going at higher speeds because of the downforce. It's strange with only 2 blades on each one. It's kind of weird. It's like we have a lack. We still maintain a high speed, but then accelerating up to that speed, it feels lighter. It strangely feels lighter, even though the fan blades like aren't heavy. It feels more maneuverable and lighter, except we have less power. Like, we have less low-end acceleration. Yeah, that's what's weird, is that the blades themselves don't weigh a lot, but the effect that they have on the maneuverability is insane. So adding and removing fan blades, carbon fiber wings, is very strange, because it feels like we added weight to it. I don't know. It feels like we have less power while maintaining maneuverability. And the thing with maneuverability is, like, yeah, if I want to turn around, I think this is like getting close to a better balance, because sure, we can't yaw as much. But the extra speed, I feel, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we're gonna need to build a quadcopter. Yeah, it's weird how it like continues my turn. Like, why is it pulling to the left now? Did I change something? I may have messed up a fan blade. Yeah, I did mess up a fan blade. Right side bottom fan? Yeah. The second I felt it, I'm like, yeah, that's... That's what it was. Not being able to see where I'm going when I change direction for a solid second is limiting. This is how, like, when you're banking in an airplane, being able to hold the turn and then rotate, that feels very good. It's holding my turn. All I'm doing, Smaley dude, welcome back. All I'm doing is holding spacebar right now. If I want to go up, I rotate to the left. If I want to go down, I rotate to the right. See? And that's like much smoother control. That's kind of how you turn in a real airplane, right? Because if you're doing this constantly, like you're dragging, you're creating drag. But if you're doing this, you can really manage the amount of drag you're creating, smooth it out, and maintain a much smoother turn so you're not creating any unnecessary drag. And that's beautiful. Like, looking at this is just satisfying to me. I just like that a lot. Now, if you could do something like this, except make it turn at a much steeper rate, you'd be good. Best be off almost 1 a.m. and I have work at 6. Catch you next time. Thanks for hanging out, Crammy. I hope work goes well. Sleep well. How did you fix the rotation around the middle? Mad Max, welcome back. So it was bugged out. Unfortunately. And for some reason, one of the motors like got bugged out, and we needed to set both of the motors to be in the same direction, even though we need the fan blades to spin in opposite directions. So we ended up just trying to make the fan blades, the motors, spin in the same direction, and that fixed it. It was a very confusing bug. How steep of an incline can I keep this turn at before it stops holding it? That is the question. That's pretty steep right now. It kind of evens out. Like, that doesn't feel bad though. See, I'm using the keyboard to control this thing. So if you wanted like really good control over something like this, like you would need a joystick, right? That's why like fighter pilots use a joystick. You could also use a controller. Controller would be very good. But I really like looking at this. I really like the idea of it being able to hold a bank. All I'm doing is pressing spacebar. I'm holding spacebar right now. That's it. That's it. And then I'm like kind of controlling the rate at which we're banking. Yeah. It's definitely interesting, like learning the flight mechanics. But I think realistically, if we want something that can stop and then be controlled in the air reliably, hovering, right, is the term I'm looking for. If we want something to be able to hover over the ground, go through a checkpoint, right, close to the ground, I can't manage the like buoyancy of it. Also, look at the camera. Managing the camera and then the buoyancy right above the ground. The camera is the final boss in this game. I said it last stream, I know. It's kind of It's kind of a bad joke, but yeah, you can see it on stream, right? Like, I'm trying to control the thing, but good luck figuring out what direction you're going in when the camera is just bobbing in and out like that, because it's directional, right? So what I want to be able to do is have it be static and then control it with my mouse, because I'm not actually using my mouse hand at all. There is a orbital control, but it's not true control. It still gets sticky with the, depending on which direction. If you're going straight upwards, it rotates around the center vertical axis. So it's difficult. Ultimately, we would want to create a 4 quadcopter, 4 propeller quadcopter. And then with that concept, if you think about a quadcopter being able to hover over the ground, right? This is on the Steam Workshop. The quadcopter being able to hover over the ground. So we have yaw control. I'm going backwards. Which is weird because I'm used to W going down, but I'd rather S be down. Yeah, have our yaw be correct. No, that is, wait, what? No, that's correct. Yeah. So something like this, where you can, there's a reason why quadcopters are, no, I do have it backwards. If this pitches, yeah, there we go. Okay. Yeah, we got it. There's a reason why people use quadcopters for like close to the ground footage and stuff. Like quadcopter racing and all that. This style of flight, helicopter, quadcopter, is gonna be like the most maneuverable. This thing has like no power, but you can tell I'm close to the ground and I'm really able to maneuver very close to the ground and stable, right? So if we were to modify something like this to be more powerful, that is kind of the idea. We create like an Omega quadcopter build. It's so weird. When I get really close to the ground, it no longer lets me control it. If you get too close to the ground, I can't actually angle myself. That's so odd. But you can tell that I tried to reverse. This thing has no power. We tried to modify this design. And what's interesting about this, if you pay attention to the fan blades, one of them is spinning in reverse. It's hard to tell. but 1 out of the 3 is spinning in reverse, and I'll confirm that. What? I think, yeah, something's bugged out with this. I might have to, like, unsubscribe and resubscribe to that. But yeah, that design is, like, ideal for above the ground hovering. An airplane design is much more difficult to control when you're right above the ground. Like, controlling this and then turning, like, you can do it, it's just not nearly as maneuverable close to the ground. Like, airplanes have a specific set of traits in terms of maneuverability, and they rely on constant forward motion, right? If you stop an airplane in the middle of the air, it's no longer going to have the maneuverability that it does at 600 kilometers an hour. It's going to change completely. But a helicopter and a quadcopter are a different story. Yeah, and I thought I would subscribe to the Bluey helicopter, but I don't see it here. Something's a little bugged. I might have to unsubscribe and resubscribe. I will be right back in the meantime. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I think so. In order to get the maneuverability that we're really looking for, I think we're going to need to work on a quadcopter type build. There is something else I wanted to check out, though, and we can switch it up a little bit. There is a known exploit in the game. Al Magma is another streamer who I recommend checking out, who streams this game on YouTube. And they were working with this exploit, which uses the, I don't like calling it an exploit. It's a bug using the stepper motors in the game that uses the fact that the stepper motors rotate at an insanely high rate. And by using a ton of planetary gears in alignment, you can actually get acceleration with it. Did I change the, I think I changed the button. It is a bug. Yeah, it's left shift. It is a bug. So I'm almost certain they're gonna find a way to see, look at that acceleration. That's insane. We have no engines. I have no engines in this thing. Just 4 stepper motors and a ton of planetary gears. And you'll see this thing, it accelerates like crazy. All right, 3, 2, 1. Oh wait, what? What did I just do? I broke it. We broke it. I thought this was, yeah, left shift. What, dude? This bug is very strange. Hold on. I was just pressing left shift to move forward, and now it's making me look backwards. We're experiencing the early access. Oh, okay. So this is why. If I press S, I go into reverse, and E doesn't actually work. But if I press W and then I press E, then I get, that's so weird. Oh my, this is jank. Yeah, I saw this yesterday and I was like, yeah, we're gonna have to try it. All right, take 2. 3, 2, 1. Oh, there's no engine sound. There's no engine sound. I think because we have so much downforce, we bounced off the ground. 300, 400, 500. But yes, that is the bug that was revealed yesterday. To simplify it for anyone wondering, this is just a bunch of stepper motors that are stacked on top of each other and then connected to the chassis. And you have one simple stepper motor, which I have set to hold key down E 180 degrees. I don't know if the degrees actually matters. Like if I make this one degree, 2 degrees, I don't know if it's going to change anything. And then the rest of the build is kind of self-explanatory. I don't know if we need all of these wings though. We'll find out. No, it doesn't make a difference. Having it set to 1 degree, 2 degrees doesn't make any difference. And look at how fast that's insane. There's no sound. There's no sound. We just instantaneously accelerate. This is the Kraken drive. If you figure out how to use this thing, you can create a vehicle that, like, we could potentially make, I suspect this is what people are using to get just insane top speeds, right? So what we can do is we can just add more downforce to the point in which we just stick to the ground. And because we're using this suspension, here, we can have one on the outside and then have the downforce wing on the inside. Wait, can I put the carbon wing on here? No, it's gonna, this blocks it. Because we need the corner gear there. I don't want any downforce on the top of these. I just want as low downforce as we can possibly get. But I'm pretty certain, like, this is touching upon how people are just getting ridiculous times. Like, look at our turn radius, right? It's like, it's not, once you have the power, the instantaneous power, it's not complicated. Like, it's not complicated. You can clearly understand where it's headed, right? I wonder if having these fully compressed, well, it's weird because we have no downforce on the top pegs. I don't know how this suspension actually works. But we have no downforce on the top pegs, so how is it getting compressed at all? It's so weird how it's silent. Like, we're accelerating rapidly. But yes, you could use this thing to get, we'll see what top speed we can get with this. And there are no brakes either. I'm pressing the brakes. I suspect is this a 2? No, that's a 3. We don't actually need both sides of this to be connected. I think that's why in the builds that I saw, there's a single motor attached to it. I suspect. Because if you don't have a motor, then you don't get any braking. Oh, interesting. Now the thing's not working at all. Wait, hold on. Does it just get translated into W then? Oh! Wait, is this just with... Hold on. Do we even need the stepper motor? Wait, what? Is the stepper motor working with W now? Dude, I have no idea. What is even I'm just holding W. We took the stepper motor off and now it's doing this. Why would it be doing this now? I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. All I know is that when we have the stepper motor on here connected to the chassis, it doesn't. What happens if we put it to 0%? Hold key down, 0%. Q still works. W doesn't work though now for some reason. But see, now I can brake and reverse because of the electric motor. What? This is ridiculous. Oh, I'm losing control. We just flew into the air when we went upside down because of all of the downforce being reversed. But yes, you can tell, like, you can get an insane amount of acceleration from just a stepper motor. Like, to get this amount of acceleration from an actual engine in the game, you would need a V8, like, you would need 8 PW Blaze 1000s at least, with multiple gears and so on. That's so weird. Getting rid of the stepper motor, like, I don't understand the bug completely. Understanding why it's happening is the hard part. Because I have the stepper motor set to 0%, 0 degree rotation. So the stepper motor isn't actually the thing that's providing the power. Yeah, we need to manually... So if we're in reverse and I press Q, it doesn't move us forward. I messed up the front wings. There's also so much downforce so fast. That the second there's a bump in the road, we just slam into the ground. Yeah, and when I press W, it doesn't actually do anything, even though we have the electric motor. The crazy part is I can reverse. And the entire time we reverse, our wheels skid for some reason. I don't understand it at all. Maybe if we put monster wheels on this thing, it won't slam into the ground. Dirt wheel big. It doesn't seem like the... Yeah, it doesn't matter. It doesn't care at all whether we use dirt wheel big or not. Ha! Yeah, if all I have to do is focus on left and right, like, that's ridiculous. I suspect people who are getting like absurd top speeds are using something like this. Because look at the turn radius. The acceleration, the turn radius. You have so much downforce. Yeah, look at that. This is absolutely how people are getting ridiculous times. You don't even need... This is even simpler than making a windmill. A propeller. The only thing is, because we have so much downforce, there's certain areas of the road that break our vehicle immediately. It's basically creating like a train. If you think about like a train on a railroad track going around corners at like a rapid speed, that's basically it. Now, it does have a limit. See, when I get rid of the downforce, there is a limit. So you increase your downforce to as high as you possibly can. Maximize your downforce so that your wheels never leave the ground, no matter how big of a bump you hit. Why am I not... Is it... No, there we go. Okay. This is what I wanted to check out earlier. I think I do want to work on a proper quadcopter build, though. Quadcopter build is going to be sick. Look at it. That's what I'm talking about. But we still get limited by the so if you take this idea and then you put wheels on another stepper motor, so right now we're getting simply limited by the rate at which the wheels can actually turn. Like, we're not worrying about downforce at all. We're not worrying about I mean, our acceleration is very good. There are people who have been making similar builds to this using conventional methods. But if you... it's ridiculous. Yeah. So it's pretty simple. On dirt, it still doesn't turn well, though. It seems like the grip you get on street is much higher even when you're using dirt wheels. Yeah, look at that. That's the thing right there. The fact that you can turn that hard without spinning out or having to slow down, it's like you're on a railroad. And if you learn to control this thing, you can get insane times on any type of street track. Look at that. It's like hugging the ground. It's basically like being like a magnet. Think of like a magnetic maglev train. The only thing that's limiting us is the rate at which the wheels actually turn, right? I can't actually get up that because I'm just glued to the ground. Yeah, so this is the... I'd call this an exploit. This is an exploit. I'm not actually going to do any races using this thing. I'm kind of just demonstrating its capability. Let's put the racing wheel big. It seems like it's still limited in its ability to grip on dirt, even with the absurd downforce that we have. There's some like inherent lack of grip that you get when it comes to dirt. That's ridiculous. Yeah, that is ridiculous. I think if we use anything other than the dirt wheel big or the racing wheel big, it's gonna break. But for science, we will continue testing. Yeah, no, we're immediately hitting the ground. Maybe? Yeah. We gripped on... we gripped onto the freaking bridge sideways because of the amount of downforce we have. So I suspect if we were to do no, I don't think it would matter. If we were to tie the chassis to the top of the suspension, like that, we could solve that problem. I'm gonna mess around with this for a little bit. It's going to be an interesting problem to solve the fact that we need to bring the we don't even need that at all. Because if I can raise this all up and then just bring this down here, here, I think what I can do, if we beam this across, and then what we do is, yeah, that is going to have to go across this way. And then both of these are going to have to go across that way. Yeah, I need this to be solid. So that I can bring a beam down here. Why are you doing it so high? Because the amount of downforce caused by all of the wings makes the vehicle start braking and slamming the ground. So we're gonna try making it raised up. Ah, yes, I forgot to connect these. Yeah, we need the downforce on the front. We're still hitting 400. I don't want to put anything down below. Ideally, we wouldn't have anything below this. Because once the suspension compresses, wait, in that case, can I just... No, then we would have to shift the whole thing. Yeah. All right, I'll just do this. Yeah, I don't know if I want to spend too much more time on this, because, I mean, it's to anyone watching, like, it's pretty clear. Yeah, now we're not clipping at all. We need more downforce. It's the only thing we've ever needed. But yeah, I mean, it's pretty clear, right? We should try and work on a quadcopter build. This is kind of fun, but I'm not going to actually do any races with this thing. I don't want to say, like, it invalidates, like, all the leaderboards, because this thing still has limitations. There's still serious limitations. It's not like you just immediately get something that can, like, teleport from point A to point B. What is that engine? It's a stepper motor. So it's an exploit. It's a bug in the game that effectively gives you infinite speed and well, not infinite acceleration. There is a limit to the acceleration. We could add more planetary gears, but this is insane acceleration. It's not making any noise, so it may not seem like a lot, like a loud V8 engine noise, but we're accelerating at a very good speed. Yeah, I don't want to say this invalidates. Like, you can tell there's a limitation to the turn speed. Like, you still have to brake. You can't just, like, go at 500 kilometers an hour stuck to the ground. But using this method, you're at an advantage, I'd say, given the fact that planetary gears weigh 4 kilograms compared to, like, an actual engine which weighs like 50. But yeah, if you look back on the stream, you can see how I set it up. And I learned this from Al Magma, who's a YouTuber as well, who was streaming this yesterday. But it is now at this point a known exploit in the game. I'm sure the devs know about it. I'm just trying to think while I'm driving this thing. Yeah, there's a limitation on the turn radius. Like you can't, and braking as well. Like this doesn't just grant you infinite time. But if you look at this thing, yeah, 353 kilograms versus like our Alpha Meta Mark 1, which is, this thing is twice as heavy, over twice as heavy. This thing is great. I like this thing. PV, welcome back. I had both your streams on 2 devices. Nice. Thanks for being here. I like this Alpha Meta thing. Using the motorcycle suspension. I haven't been using my controller because you can't use your use a controller with the Dragonfly. If I could rebind my controller, I probably could fly that thing a lot better. Probably. This thing is on the workshop, the Alpha Meta. It's a very good handling vehicle. For street only though. It is the case that if you're making a good build, you need to either design it for street or for dirt. I feel like this could use a little bit more downforce. But then we run into the problem of not having the power, right? The 3-pin? Yeah, this 3-pin can simply be shifted over. Maybe I shift it over. Nah. Yeah, shift this over like that. And then we can add another small wing like that. We could honestly do the same thing with this, because it does suffer a little bit from lack of downforce. So just adding 2 small wings to the sides should help. I'm going to plug in my controller as well. I'm getting tired of steering with the keyboard. Just got your Alpha design off workshop. Legit crazy good. Nice. Thank you. Yeah, I'm still kind of tweaking it a little bit, so I might update it on the workshop. But this thing feels... It does feel pretty good. Like, it's using all of the concepts that I learned from the Street Master Pro. The brake time is good. Most importantly, yeah, it does spin out at low speeds though. Oh, wait, hold on. What's happening? Did it bug? Hold on. I think something bugged. Oh, we messed it up. Okay. This right here is not actually... I thought this was a carbon fiber wing. Yeah, we messed it up. So these were 2... Yeah. We messed it up. So simply what we can do is this. This is why we always test. We do winglet here. And carbon fiber wing here. No, I think we can just have, yeah, like a triple wing in a row like that. That looks pretty clean. The efficiencies on them, effectiveness is still okay. But yeah, I designed this. Wait, what? What am I missing here? Something's still not connected. This. Oh, I did the same thing here. Yeah, for some reason, my brain assumed that those were carbon fiber wings, and they are not carbon fiber wings. Yeah, we could either do winglet on that side or on that side. All right, that's all connected now. There we go. None of the wings are falling off now. Yeah, most importantly, I'm designing this to have really good low speed turn it. So it accelerates up to 100 kilometers very quickly. And then it's also very good at turning at low speeds. And most importantly, you can brake while turning. The shift speed is actually not bad either. We spun out there, but that's because, I mean, I could put a carbon fiber wing on the back. I think it saves itself decently. And given the fact that we're not trying to go above like 250, I'm going to change the color of this thing, though. I don't like the fact that the gold... So, if we look at this, a downforce wing plus a winglet equates to 80 downforce. 20 plus 60 is 80. And the winglet weighs 0.35. The downforce wing weighs 2 kilograms. The carbon wing only weighs 0.1 kilograms. So ideally, if we want to make this as light as possible, we would use these. And I think, yes, I am just going to switch over to using these because we're going to get more downforce and less weight. But yes, I need to change the color of these because the color of the wings, when you try to make them gold, actually makes them silver. So we're going to go with orange. Orange is... it fits the theme of my channel. We could also convert the front. I feel like in that case, though, we actually want that weight in front, because then it puts weight on the front wheels, which increases our turning speed. But that's also potentially a negative, because too much weight in the front means we have to shift all of that weight left and right in order to turn, which actually lowers the turn. But given the fact that this is a low speed build, just having a full wing in the front might be the way to go. I like how I just started working on this thing. Oh, that feels way better. Oh, that feels way better. I may update this thing. I may not even go... Well, no, this would be Mark II at this point. If I save it to the workshop, then it saves it. So I don't need to overwrite. See, it saved itself there. It didn't spin out. That's nice. There as well. This thing feels pretty good. We overdid it with that turn, though. The ability to brake and turn, right? So something I test a lot is like, okay, I want to turn while braking. Can it do that? This thing can do that. This thing is all-wheel drive as well, by the way. Four-wheel drive. It does get hung up a little bit. All right, I'm going to save this as the Mark II. That's the Alpha Meta Mark II. So if I do it like this, and then I upload to Workshop Mark II, I think it's going to overwrite the previous one. I don't think it uploads a new car. It's a good thing to test. I don't think it uploads a new car because we changed the name, right? It says update. Have someone tried to make a car that uses a fan as a drivetrain? Yes, they have, Mateus. They have. They have. White, I think his name is White Dwarf, created this thing. Let me just triple check that. This monstrosity. The Carbon 1B Dragster. Yes, White Dwarf 1011. They have multiple versions of it. But this is the 1B version. And here you go. Yep. This is how we got our... This is a... I don't want to consider it an exploit. If I do the throttle really gently with the controller, I can kind of control it. This is how we got our PB on the... Oh, there's still a wing that's disconnected. Hold on. There we go. I modified this thing to have the wings down below. I don't think it actually matters. But yes, to answer your question, yes. Yes. I'm like just touching my trigger on my controller, and this thing... Yeah, that's amazing. All right, let's line it up on the left side because the right side always bugs out. All right, 3, 2, 1. Ah! Oh, did we beat our PB? No, 1477 is still... Yep, that's it. That's it. It is a beautiful, beautiful abomination created by White Dwarf. They have made other stuff in the workshop. This is called the Carbon 1B Dragster. And I believe it was either Zero or Linus who brought it up to me. Effectively, anyone wondering how are people getting over 1,000 kilometers an hour on the speed traps? You're looking at it. Here you go. You're looking at it. And honestly, it makes sense. Like, looking at this thing, it makes sense. But yes, this was also inspiration for the Dragonfly. This thing is on the workshop as well. The Carbon 1B Dragster was definitely the inspiration for the Dragonfly. This thing is not getting modified. I think it really is like a good balance of power and maneuverability. It feels good to fly. Like this, I recommend flying this thing. Like if you're getting kind of bored of the game, and you're like, oh, what else can I build? This is kind of like getting close to the end game. And I feel like this thing is technically maneuverable enough that if you got good at flying it, you could do some crazy stuff with it, right? Like, I'm not a good pilot. But someone who is a good pilot could probably do some crazy stuff with this thing. It's basically a UFO. Can we, I wonder if we can do a U from this height. Let's see. Nope. It just belly flop. We can loop to loop quite high. Oh! There we go. I was really wondering about how they got that speed. Yeah, it's an abomination. You basically have to create something that fully exploits the physics in the game. Your English is perfectly fine. And if English isn't your first language, English is a very, very annoying and difficult language to write and speak. So I completely understand. Most native speakers, a lot of native speakers of English do not, myself included, don't make sense all the time. This thing feels good. we need to take this idea. I'm just like, I'm kind of postponing because I don't know if it's going to be tough is the thing, right? Like that quadcopter build, if I adapt that, it's going to be tough. That's probably going to be one of the hardest builds that I've ever made, given the fact that when you have 4 rotors, if you have 4 rotors running in tandem, it becomes much more complex. But I think with what I have come to understand with this thing, we could try to construct one. I think learning to construct. So my idea is I want to adapt this idea, because this quadcopter is very stable. Like if I wanted to get it hovering in place, right? This is very underpowered though. So we'd have to, if I wanted to get it hovering in place, like I can kind of do that. Now, there's something weird that happens, though. Where when you get close to the ground, you kind of lose your ability. I can't turn. Like, I'm pressing W. It's not working. When you get too close, I'm trying to pull up, I can't. There's something weird that happens when you get close to the ground. And I'm gonna verbalize explicitly why I think that's the case. So the developers, the way that we're controlling this thing right now, the developers added a system in the game with ground vehicles in mind. And there's no separation between air vehicle and ground vehicle. And I suggest that there should be. The game should handle an air vehicle and a ground vehicle differently. So the reason why I lose my ability to control this thing when I'm close to the ground is because what happens, see, I can't press W. There we go. Okay. Is because that turning that I'm doing right now is the system that the developers put in the game so that you could control your wheeled vehicle while it's in the air. But once you get close to the ground, then what W does is it drives your car forward. When you're in the air, what W does is it pitches your car forward and backwards, right? So what the developers need to do, and I think the simplest thing programmatically with my understanding of programming and how to structure that case, is to separate air vehicle from ground vehicle, right? Along with a whole bunch of other stuff like being able to rebind keys and whatnot. But that case in particular, I like this quadcopter. Whoever designed this thing knew pretty much exactly what they were doing. I really like the idea of being able to fly a really high-powered quadcopter in this game. The Dragonfly is awesome, but you can tell my level of control is, it's more concise using something like this. And if it had a little bit more power, we would be able to do some really fun stuff. Like, for instance, if I wanted to do a barrel roll, something like that. It's really hard to stabilize road vehicles when airborne. I mean, it's true, but you know, I said it last stream, like that's how it should be. It should be very hard to stabilize road vehicles while airborne. But it's difficult, right? It's a balance, because then the game becomes less enjoyable if you can't like flatten out your vehicle after going off of a jump. I simply think giving players the most options is the best way to go about it. I think separating out air vehicle from ground vehicle, that way you can just create that separation. That way you don't run into like needing to handle very specific cases if you're like slightly above the ground. You know what I mean? But this thing feels great to fly. Like, I like the physics in this game, and with every physics engine, there's always going to be at least one quirky exploitation. Like, even in BeamNG Drive, which has been out for a long time, you can do like very quirky things with it. See now, yeah, I really want to, that's another thing, I really want to design a quadcopter like this that's more powerful. I should work on it. Let's get working. Do they even intend to exist air vehicles or just community? I don't know. Like, I assume you're talking about the career mode, right? Like, in the career mode, are they going to make air races? I assume so. The game's early access. There's still very, very much that they can do with this game. But I do like the air vehicles a lot in this game. So I think that they should separate air vehicles from ground vehicles. I think that's going to be the easiest, cleanest way to solve that case. And then you can, the thing is, if you separate air vehicles from ground vehicles, then you can go and refine each category even more to be particular to that style of creation, right? And let players choose, and then like explain, okay, if you're in an air vehicle, this is like the set of characteristics. If you're in a ground vehicle, this is the set of characteristics and rules associated. Or not necessarily rules, but the way the game handles it, right? Is this thing unnamed still? Yeah, so this is bugged out. I think I need to unsubscribe. Let me go to my workshop. Steam Workshop. Subscribed items. Let's unsubscribe from all of these. Yeah, because something was bugging. All right, let me go back. And then let's go back to the quadcopter. Subscribe. Weird, it still says unnamed. Yeah, Yeah, something is bugged out with this. Kansas Cowboy, welcome back. Have you used the stepper motor engine yet? Yes. Yes, we created this thing, which uses Q. If I press Q, we get insane acceleration. I learned this from Al Magma, another YouTuber who streams this game. On their stream yesterday, they explored this exploit, and yes, we've nailed it down pretty much. There's still limitations, but you can see, like, I'm driving this thing with ease right now. But yes, it's hard to make sense of. Yes, the thing that didn't make sense was if I get rid of the stepper motor and then I try to drive it with just like a tiny engine. Like, I'm holding W right now. Like, what is happening? I don't know. But yes, if you have a whole bunch of planetary gears in alignment, this can be at 0 degrees, by the way. We did test that. 0 degrees, hold key down, Q, free drive. It's something to do with the stepper motor, and yeah, and we're off immediately. It doesn't. There's something. It's something to do with the stepper motor. Like, I thought it was something to do with the rotation of the stepper motor, but no, it's just the stepper motor going through a whole bunch of planetary gears. For some reason, this creates an insane amount of force. I don't get it. But yes, so the Steam Workshop is bugging. I can't actually... If I click add car to garage, this doesn't get added. If I click duplicate, we just get a blank setup. So I don't know if that's just for the quadcopter. Can someone test to see if, like, you can use the quadcopter on the workshop? Because if you can, then that means that my game is bugging. Oh, did someone copy someone else's build? Hold on. Maybe I have the wrong version of it. Yeah, this is... Wait, what? June 20th. Oh, somebody re-uploaded someone else's build 3 hours after they uploaded it. But no, it's not the build. Yeah, recognize, like, I'm gonna put this PSA out there for anyone who's putting builds on the workshop. Unfortunately, yes, if someone wants to take your build on the workshop and then immediately re-upload it, they can do that. That's just something you kind of have to accept. Once you put something on the workshop, it's no longer... It doesn't... It's not yours anymore. Like, I recognize that fully, but yes. So that happened with that. Unfortunately, the workshop is bugging right now, though. Maybe possible the designer is currently rebuilding it. No, there's only one change note. There's only one change note from June 20th. So every time you change a build on the workshop, it actually has a list of changes that were made to the build, which is amazing. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to check. So files you posted. Yes. So we modified the Alpha Meta Mark II from the Alpha Meta Mark I, and I uploaded it to the workshop as Alpha Meta Mark II. It doesn't matter. It overwrites the previous version. But here's the great thing. If you really, really wanted to go back to the Alpha Meta Mark I, on the workshop on Steam, you can actually revert back to a previous version. And anyone who wants to, oh, what happened to the Alpha Meta Mark I? You can go and check the Alpha Meta Mark II on the workshop, click the change notes on the right side, and then download the first version of it, the Mark I, which is amazing. But yes, it is a PSA. Like, if you upload something to the workshop, someone else can upload, can subscribe to your item, duplicate it, re-upload it to the workshop like a minute later. So just recognize that. Like, once you put something on the workshop, it's kind of like public domain. And yeah, I don't blame people for doing that. People might even do that accidentally, thinking that they're contributing or something. Wait, what? Now it's showing up. Wait. Oh. Wait, did it duplicate to category 2? I think it duplicated to category 2. I still don't know why it's unnamed. That's why. It's because it duplicated to category 2. So it wasn't bugging. Let me test that again. Hold on. Delete that completely. So we don't have any quadcopter at all. Right? If I go back here to the workshop and I get the quadcopter, yeah, Zachary Taylor was technically the first person to upload this. So add car to your garage. Oh, now it works. Okay. Yeah, so what happened was it was going to category 2. That's what happened. So we're fine. Now, if I see, this is another weird thing. If I take this and call it quad 1, right? And then I say take the fan blades off of all of these. Right? So all the fan blades are we just did work on that. And then if I add this to garage, notice that it just overwrote that edit. You have to be very careful. So what I'm trying to, I'm going to explain it very clearly. When you're dealing with workshop builds and you're adding cars to your garage, add the car to your garage, then duplicate it, and then you're safe. So the duplicated one, we're going to name quad. This one, here, we'll name it quad 2. I'm gonna remove one fan blade from these. I'm just like, I want to make sure that I make this bug very clear. So we removed one fan blade from those. See, quad 2 has only one blade on each thing. This one has 2 blades on each thing. I'm going to rename this to quad 1. I'm going to get rid of all of the fan blades. This is the one we didn't duplicate, mind you. Quad 1 we did not duplicate. Quad 2 was the duplication. And then I click add car to your garage. See how quad 1 disappeared? But the duplicated one didn't. So just to be very clear, when you take something, add car to your garage, make sure to duplicate it and then edit it. Because otherwise it will overwrite your stuff. But now we're safe. Now we're safe. If I click add car to your garage, it doesn't mess with quad 2. Just, I wanted to make that very explicitly clear. Apologies to anyone who who saw me do that before. It's like, why is he going over this again? But yeah, it's just something something to recognize. Now, coming back to this thing, after our experience, this is the one that's in reverse. Shift, left shift, and space. All the others are space and left shift. But what I didn't understand about the way we edited it last time, is there's something bugged out. And I'm pretty sure it's a bug. Because with the planetary gears, if I just simply make, you know, a pretty straightforward modification, we just put a planetary gear in between those. And then we do the same thing as before. And we make all of the blades need to be, two need to be going one way, two need to be going the other way, but one of the engines is reversed, right? I think that one, this is the one that's reversed, right? Left shift space, space left shift. So if, say, we don't know which way this is turning, I'm just going to assume it's going counterclockwise. If all of these are going clockwise, then we need these to be going in the opposite direction. And it's difficult to tell. Yeah. While you're working on it, because you can't actually see the direction that the rotors are going in. I'm pretty sure these are going to have to be reversed. Or they might need to be reversed. There we go. But initially, I was like, I recommend messing with the quadcopter to see, to learn about like different rotors and all that. I don't. I recommend working with dual rotor setup. The spacebar isn't doing anything now, right? So I'm gonna I need that. I'm gonna nail down this bug right now, because this has happened multiple times, and I want to just make sure that I have this understanding correctly. That my understanding is correct. Proper English language. So we have this thing. This motor is providing power into this gear, which is then spinning this thing. And then it's going into this, which is going into the planetary gear, which is going into the rotor, right? It doesn't matter which way. I just want to make sure it spins. Okay, it's not spinning at all now. We don't even need the fan blades. I'm going to get rid of that entirely. I'm just going to whittle this down to complete bare bones to understand why that's not actually rotating. Because I need to understand, okay, see, now it's rotating. Confirmed rotation, right? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's flying or whatever, just confirmed rotation. If I add the axis extension, then that with another piece, simple edit. Very, very simple edit. No rotation. No rotation at all. Why? No, it's not rotating at all. Like, the gear is not moving, nothing. It's just like it doesn't activate at all. Why? I think we're nailing down a bug. Does it? No. I don't want to mess with anything other than that. We're bug testing. The rotation, we're good. We have rotation. We're good. But then, simply, this works, rotates, perfect, beautiful. Simply, I add an axis extension, another axis, then the hinge connector, and then I put the pin extension down. No rotation. I'm pressing spacebar. And anyone watching can test this for yourself. So there's a bug with this right here. This shows that it's rotating. It doesn't work. So just for future reference. So now that creates the question. So with this setup, the way this is set up currently, how would we add a planetary gear to this thing if it breaks when we try to put a planetary gear here? And I think the simple answer is we just make it go straight through the center of it. And then by doing this, we can simply double up or triple up the planetary gears. But we need to see that this rotates first, because if it doesn't rotate, then you can't do it. Something happened very quickly, and I didn't see it. No, That doesn't rotate either. Maybe if we try a different engine? Maybe it's just with the small engine? Let's make sure to do this spacebar. Will it rotate with a wheel on top? Oh, that would be a good test. Wait, can I put a wheel in a egg? No, it doesn't matter. No, we would need, in order for a wheel, I think we would need suspension, right? Maybe this isn't long enough? Wait, what? I can't even place it there. I don't think we can even put a wheel on top. We could put a gear on top. Oh, we fell through the map. Oh, it's so weird looking. Yeah, no, this is like, the game doesn't like this at all. What we're trying to do. Now, okay. Okay. Let's get a little bit more creative. Does that rotate? Oh, it does. We're getting rotation. Wait, but it's constantly rotating. What? Why is the whole thing rotating? Huh. Why are you phasing through? I don't know. We're experimenting right now. I'm not getting any rotation. It doesn't like the planetary gear. I'm just calling it. Like, you have anything in between those two things, and it just doesn't like it. See, now we have rotation. We're good. Now we're good. That's what we're looking for. That right there is what we're looking for. But if we put anything between this, it breaks the whole thing. If anyone can explain why this doesn't work, I would just love to know. Yeah, it's not rotating. I'm pressing spacebar. Yeah. I don't know. But so here's the thing. Why are you spending so much time on this thing? Because I want to make a quadcopter, but I can't if this doesn't work. I mean, I could, but then it would have to be really big, and then I would need to make like giant rotors. Why it didn't happen with your, because we're using a different design completely. So the Dragonfly doesn't use a, like, I'm pretty sure it's a different design. So if I do this instead, if we try a similar design, that is a good idea. That is a good idea. Okay, well, will this work now? Nope. So the reason why I think it's happening, I feel like I'm bug testing at this point. Our power is coming from the engine into this axis, into the planetary gear. Then the planetary gear is going into another axis, right? This is an axis into a medium gear. The medium gear is going into the small gear, which is then going into another axis, which is then going into the hinge connector 2. And then this whole thing rotates. Right? So what I suspect, if I take that same idea, it might have something to do with the axis too. Maybe? Oh, yep. Yep. That's it. We got it. So we nailed it down. So we got it to work, and then we found a state very, very similar we found a state that very similar that works compared to a state that doesn't work, right? So simply put, we have a beam right here in front of the planetary gear. If I remove the beam, wait. If I remove the beam, what happens? It doesn't work. It doesn't work. I'm pressing spacebar. So we nailed the bug down. Dude, we're bug testing right now. We're actually bug testing. If I have a beam here, it works. Look, rotation. Boom. Easy. We're winning right now. We're winning. If I go back and I remove that beam, it doesn't work. Okay, so now that we've nailed it down, we're good. Now we're good. We have clearly identified the bug. So yes, we can adapt this design as long as we understand that we don't need any of that at all. I don't even think we need this one. Hold on, before I change anything else. Now just send your CV to the des. Doesn't work. And now it works. Okay. So Do we need a beam here? No, we don't. Nice. So if I make this a 2, then are we good? I'm just gonna use W. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. Oh, we fell through the map again. I wonder if you could make a wheel. If you could make a wheel using a freaking pin connector. Pin extension. You probably could. Yeah, we nailed it down. So now that we have this, it makes me feel a little bit better. Knowing that my poo brain wasn't what was causing the problem. So yeah, we need 4 of these, and they need to be pointing horizontally. Meaning we need to translate that whole thing upwards. But it, you know, when you're doing stuff like this, you really gotta understand why an issue like that is occurring before you can make anything interesting with it. Because otherwise, you run into the problem, and then you're driven insane as to why the problem is occurring. But yes, when we have a planetary gear like that, we need a beam to connect it to. I'm wondering, hold on, if I do 3 that way. Yeah. And then hinge connector, pin extension. All right, we're good. I don't think... Yeah, we need to have that. This beam needs to be here. We probably... do something like that. Because we nail down the power source, right? And then with the power source, okay, I don't think it's gonna like... I don't think you can have it in that position. So this can simply go like that. There we go. It's gonna rotate, but we're gonna need to, oh, now it's not working. If I make this a 5, will it work? Yeah, okay. Spinning the wrong way. So it doesn't like, it doesn't like that. That pin, it doesn't like this right here. Am I missing something? Because that's a axis that's going through the beam, right? I'm getting hung up on like why this sometimes works and sometimes doesn't. This doesn't work, but this does work. And maybe we just simply have this whole thing rotate then? Because otherwise we can't have the planetary gear. Oh, what? Wait, why is the hinge connector not rotating? Dude, I am very stuck at this point. It's rotating this thing. But that's an axis going through a beam. It doesn't make any sense. I'm stuck on that. The quadcopter might have to wait. Yeah. I don't know if I like that. That's like early access stuff. They're 90-degree connector frame. No, I don't think so. There are quite a few things that the devs have planned, I believe, in terms of like what pieces they're gonna add. By fixing the beam to the wing to pin it. Okay, I know what you mean. Right? Yeah, that what? the whole motor is spinning rather okay. That is good though. That is actually okay. If we now we can hold on. That may have been the solution. If I... Okay, that makes no... This was staying stationary. It doesn't... yeah, it's hurting my brain a little bit, but we'll try. We'll try. I don't think we need that anymore. Let's put the 2... This is beyond my comprehension. It's good to experiment there. We're slowly, I feel like we're slowly making some type of progress. Let's make these reverse. If I make this control space control. Now the whole thing isn't working at all. So do we need, wait, hold on. Hold on a second. Do we actually need the pin extension? The hinge connector, I mean? No way. Wait. What? That magically made it work. So if I remove these 2 hinge connectors, it just doesn't work. Nothing rotates at all. Like, the engines don't even spin the axis. Oh, they're both reversed now. Hold on. If I reverse both of these, I think... No, I need these to be... Yeah. Let's do this. There we go. Okay. Yeah, okay. Now we just duplicate this entire thing, right? I don't know why you need the hinge connector there. I don't know. Someone would figure that out. That'd be fantastic. We're getting there though. We're getting, like, you can tell, right? Like we're getting there. We're making progress. Progress isn't always linear. Sometimes it is horizontal. Sometimes it is upside down. But progress is progress. Yeah, we just mirror this whole thing. So these two go like that. Wait, no. Wait, yeah, that makes sense, right? So this is going left control space. Left control space. left control space, left control space. And then we do this. No. We need... I think that. Right? So these two are identical. No, these two are opposite. No. This isn't correct. Hold on. 1, 2. We need this to be... like that. Yeah, these two are identical. These two are identical. Maybe? Let's test. If I reverse these, let's see what happens. It's weird with the other quadcopter because only one of them is actually reversed. Yeah, that doesn't... So I think this needs to be... I think they all need to be the same, right? Do they? No, that doesn't make sense either. Let's try with all of them the same. See, dealing with 4 rotors, the other quadcopter build... No, this isn't going to be the same. This is one side... These two are identical, these two are identical, right? So if I make these left control space, left control space, space left control, space left control. Let's try opposite, maybe? Or let's try all of them as space. Nah. Like, I don't know which way these are rotating, right? Like, I want these to rotate counterclockwise. I want these to rotate clockwise. And that, in theory, should even them out, right? So I think we have to flip these. Space left control space, left control space. Otherwise, it's the opposite direction. No. That's what I'm confused about now. Both of these are rotating in opposite directions, right? These on the right side are space left control, space left control. These are left control space, left control space. So regardless of whether these are counterclockwise or clockwise, they should be countering each other right? Yeah. So I'll try to reverse these again. I don't think that's actually going to fix it. This is basically just trial and error without being able to see which direction it rotates in. I feel like that's close. I wish I could slow down the rotation. We just can't see which direction this setting makes it rotate in. But I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Only one engine will need to be flipped. It's buggy. Welcome. Yeah, so the other quadcopter that we tried, that was indeed the case. As to how that makes sense, it doesn't. because this is a perfect mirror of either side, right? But yeah, I'll flip the planetary gears for testing. That is a good idea. Using a controller, you can rotate very slowly. Oh, are those running? Wait, how are those running into each other? That's why. Okay. We don't have it wide enough. But then, wait. Hold on, I might have to make this wider. Yeah, if I use right, that is a good idea. How do I pronounce your name? K-Funky? K-Funky? Welcome. If I do this... Is that going to stay like that? Yeah, W. See, so W and right trigger are bound to one another. I don't know if it's going to make it pitch, though. Make a pair taller than the others. Wouldn't that lead to it? Okay, that's rotating backwards. That one in the front left is rotating backwards. Those two on the right are rotating in the correct directions. Why is that one rotating backwards? I'm just gonna put like two connectors like this just to be able to tell which side is which. Is that possible? No. The ham radio call sign. Interesting. This is honestly what I'm gonna do at this point. I know I need to make this wider, so we're gonna have to make it wider anyway. No, I don't think we will, because if I make it wider, all right, I need the purple one to go reverse. I need the striped one to go reverse. Right? But even if I do that, the fan blades are going to run into each other. Right? If we look at this, well, what I can do is, David, welcome back. Have we tried the servo bug yet? Yes, we have. You can check earlier in the stream. I did see your comment, and I was watching Al Magma's stream. Right now, we're being very patient and methodical about getting a quadcopter to function as intended. Oh, I don't think... Wait, can we not do that? No, we can't. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, the problem is I need to make this wider. So, let's do that. I do like the idea of having these like as random different colors. That way I can just like, okay, the green one, the purple one. Like, not knowing, that's like part of the difficult part. That's, yes, that is part of the difficult part. A part of the difficulty is not knowing which engine is which, because they are not labeled. But flipping the planetary gear is smart, because we can do it a little bit slower. To see which direction the engine is rotating in. And I am going to stick with the design until we get it stable. Because I feel like this design in particular can be scaled. So like, oh, we want to add another planetary gear? Okay, you can add another planetary gear. If I just map them to S and W, then it should map to the controller as well. So red one is backwards. Wait, why would the red one be backwards? That's so weird. These are all rotating. So this one here, the one right in front of us, and then the top left one, top left, bottom right, are rotating opposite. Well, the two on the right, the two on the left are rotating in the same directions. So why wouldn't that be stable? That should be stable. So if I replace, if I flip these, this whole thing should just fly properly. In theory, of course. Oh, there we go. Okay. Okay, we got it. Coloring the engines, doing the coloring of the engines is like, that was maybe 300 IQ. I could have just colored these things. I didn't need to add these. Yeah, I could have just done that. All right, now I need to make W spacebar and S left control. S left control, W space. I'm still very confused as to why one of these is reversed. That's gonna take some serious comprehension. Yeah, I mean it's pretty stable. We're focused on like one engine though. The camera's just like, yeah, that one engine is the center. Good luck. But yes, we do have a stable quadcopter. We don't have any rotation though. We have no rotation. Which engine is it focusing on? Let me check again. Yeah, see how it's like to the side? Like the purple and the red are like to one side. It's focusing on the green engine or the blue engine. That's so odd. The contact of the propeller? Yes. Yes, the propellers hitting each other was definitely a part of the issue. We could get rotation on this thing in a similar way to how we got rotation on the Dragonfly. So we map Q and E. Q and E. Are they countering each other? I think they're countering each other. I think one needs to be mapped to E and Q. Because we should be getting some type of rotation, right? Yeah, there we go. Nice. Okay, now we have the issue of why is it focusing... The camera is just making no sense at all. Just use one in the center? I don't think it's gonna matter. It would be lighter for sure. The camera is the final boss in this game. Like, also these need to be reversed. And yeah, we'll try with one just to see. Because I think we only need one on one side, but then that's going to cause like a weird imbalance. Yeah, it's causing a weird imbalance. This is a 9 and a 9, so we could center one. Having a center weight would be helpful. So let's do that. Oh, but yeah, it's too wide. Our center is too wide. I think it's focused on the last motor placed. Oh, it's so weird. Wait, but I placed these latest. Yeah, Q and E. No, again, they need to be in the same direction, right? Because they're countering each other when I do that. Yeah, there we go. It is the last motor placed. I'm pretty sure you're correct about that. Hold on. If that's SW... I like my S and W to be inverted, personally. Definitely getting close. It is the last engine. The engine plays. That's very odd. We want it to be the camera to be focused on the center of the thing, right? Also, there is no way to tell which way is forward. I'm gonna have to... Yeah, let me color both of those that color. Make both of these blue. So the light side will be forward. Unless I have the Q and E reversed, in which case I'll reverse it again. Yeah, no, we're good. It's rotating around. Yeah, we need some I think if I add shark fins, it'll add some Q and E control. Or not Q and E, but it'll add yaw control. We'll find out. I'm getting really bothered by the camera, so I'm gonna need to find a way. It is also kind of bothersome that there's no even number beam. Like, I don't know, is there a reason why there's a 2 but not a 4? If you place an engine and delete it, maybe. We'll try. I may just cave and accept the fact that I need to place the... That's going to be slightly off center. So the way we built this has a 2 center. It has a double center, a 2 wide center. So I'm going to need to mirror this exactly. Let me see if I can think about it. Make the single center engine the gyro, Y2, because it can't be centered. It's impossible to center it because there's a double wide center. It's an even number of units wide. You see how the propeller is long but thin? You can have 2 transversal, 2 longitudinal. Kind of understanding, not really. It has to be a perfect mirror. Like, the whole thing has to be, this whole side has to be a perfect mirror of this side. Otherwise, there's going to be some type of instability. Oh, those are not actually connected. Yeah, that's jank. I think we're gonna have to connect it. like that. Make it odd. Why make it odd? I don't think it's the last engine that was placed, because we just placed those two engines in the center, but it still feels like it's the camera is the final boss in this game. That's like oddly frustrating to look at. Like, oh hey, let's look at the left side of the vehicle the entire time. And for some reason it keeps pitching to the direction that I move in. It just like keeps going in that direction. Particularly the left direction. Where's your center of mass? Right in the center, because the whole thing is perfectly mirrored. Like we were very particular in the design. The entire thing you could just copy and paste. Well, no, it's not copy and paste. It's mirrored. It's mirrored, right? It's a mirror image. It's like what you would see if you looked at it in a mirror. Need a tail fin. That could help. Like vertical, you know, wait, hold on. You know what I'm thinking? Yeah, the light color is forward. That's not gonna work at all. Why is that not working? That's a... Oh, wait. But that's an axis extension. Why is that... Why is this rotating here? Oh. Oh, we could... Nah, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to try and make it symmetrical in the center. This is purely... experimentation. Okay, okay. We got control of it. Sick. Yeah, we got it. Now, it looks weird in the center because those two are counterbalancing each other. Oh, this thing is highly maneuverable. Ha ha ha. Nice. We could put... Well, no, it has to be connected at some point between the two engines. Yeah, we can do full backflip. Barrel roll. This thing feels pretty stable. Keeping it pitched down, again, like using a controller would be the ideal thing. But you can see why I wanted to build a quadcopter. Like, this kind of control is just much better. And like, if I wanted to stop, I can stop and kind of hover. The camera is the final boss of this game. Oh, now it's wiggling. Why is it wiggling? Yeah, it's like rotating a little bit. It wasn't doing that before. Sometimes when I crash and rebuild, it janks out. Yeah, see, now it's not wiggling. Land on high hills? This hill? The control is like very, very touchy. But hey, that's great, right? Like, you want it to be able to do stuff like that. If you're using a controller with a joystick, this thing is going to be much easier to control. Yeah, now it's like, now it's bugging out after I crashed. I mean, there are multiple things that I would do differently if I designed this again. The main thing is, I mean, there are multiple edits that need to be made that we will begin to work on. But given the fact that this thing functions properly, I think I'm gonna put it down as a Mark 1. This is a good Mark 1 build. And it's gone. And it's gone. So at least we got some good flight with it. So the way I'm gonna redesign that is we're gonna make it not 9 by 9 because that makes it 18 wide, right? We need it to be asymmetrical, or not asymmetrical, an odd number of units wide, because if it's an even number of units wide, then there's no center. But yes, it's gone. That's a bug in the game. The game was just like, hey, you built something cool, here you go, have fun. Why that happens, why that bug happens, I don't know. Every time it happens, it makes me start to hate pushing delete I will say that. And it's gone. I was about to upload it to the workshop too, but we're gonna have to design another one. That same concept isn't difficult to build. It's just difficult to get the rotors in the correct directions, right? Building off of this design, the camera was pretty centered at the end. What's heavier, an axis or a beam? No, I think they're the same. No, axis is lighter. Why did it poof? Early access. So if we I'm trying to think. No, again, I should use an 8 and an... No, it's an 1818. We would have to use an odd number. I don't know what the width... So let me check this. Before I do anything, let me check this. So 2 wings side by side. This is a 9. So these are 10 wide, right? I'm trying to think about how to take that previous design and condense it down. Now, it's going to be a balance, right? Because the more narrow you make the propeller face, like the closer you bring the propellers together, the less maneuverability you're going to get. Because unless you extend fins out to the sides, maybe. So I think because we can only have 10 wide and not 9 wide, right? This is very specific, right? This is 5 and 5. Then we'll be best off going 11 wide, right? Right, something like this. And then this will be the center. Motor to motor is 14 blocks. Each propeller takes 13 blocks. Yes, because there's the centerpiece. So we'd actually want to use a 13 then, right? How did we have the propeller designed before? We just simply used a T connector, right? Like we can use orthogonal connector. because we only had 2 propellers. There had 2 wings on each propeller. We didn't have 4. And that allows it to be more compact. So 5, 1, 5. So 11. That should be a good width. And then what we do is we make that perfectly square. Using the 13 beam. But what matters most is just half of it, right? Like we need to connect it so it's 6, 5 plus 1, 6, 5 plus 1, 6. So that's 12, 13. And then this is 13. So we use the 13 connector. Yeah. What's the easiest way to connect 2 beams like this? I think it is. I think it is just going to be like, nah. No, we're fine. We can just do this. Yeah, but then that leaves, so now I'm thinking if we have the engine, say here and here, we need to use a, well, no, we can't use a 9 on one side because, again, we showed we need 1 and then 1 and then 5. No matter how we do it, no, that's not correct. We want that center peg to be, accessible. I'm just taking like very good care to get this properly structured because once I start building it, it's going to be, the skeleton is built. And then it has to be pretty much perfectly mirrored. And like 90%, like 90% of the build is just getting the core skeleton constructed. So I think if I'm thinking about this correctly, yes, we're gonna need, well, here's the problem. There's no corner connector. Yeah, I'm kind of like, I don't know. I'm just taking my time with it. Because yeah, we have a motor here, but what I'm thinking is, could I put one here? Yeah. On the inside. Because as far as the symmetry goes, that should be exactly the clearance we need, right? So this extends out 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that's how we need it to be built. Could make the beam smaller. I don't think we can. Oh, if we put them on the outside, yeah. If we put them on the outside, I understand what you're saying. But then the whole engine would have to be on the outside. Right? Like, I'm thinking about the point that we actually mount it to. Like, if the point that I mount it to is on the outside, yeah, I understand what you're saying. And the beams do weigh 1 for every unit. 1 kilogram for every unit. Yeah, because that'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's like a very core decision to this build. I think it does. I think it does make more sense to do it like that. That makes the whole thing much more compact. Building off of what we learned with the last build, I think it's going to be wise to do that. Now the question is, no, you can't. So this needs to be up one more. It has to. Because you can't have the wings in that position one lower. It doesn't let you get them any closer. We could swap these out for axis, but the fact that you can't have these any closer than how they currently are, let me think. It's gonna... It will be decided. It will be decided. Because if we use axis, then what we can do I think that actually, so 3 plus 4.5, 7.5, it's almost the same. It's like so close. Using the beams versus the axis. Sure, using the axis might make it a little bit cleaner looking. But I think we're going to stick with the beams. Now, as far as the whole engines go, this is going to need to go into a hinge connector. And then we're going to need the beam 3 underneath it, right? That's kind of the structure that we had before. So yeah, this actually has to be a 3. How's the engine going to sit there? It's going to be below it. So we may lower the beams down even more. I do like the engines being directly below the whole thing. Because the engines are going to be the heaviest part, right? And going off of our previous build, well, before I do anything else, let's make sure that these rotate, right? Because we have had some finicky stuff happen with the order of the engines. Okay, they're rotating. They are working properly. Put that on the inside. Christo, welcome. What are you trying to do? We're making a freaking acrobatics quadcopter build. If you check back earlier in the stream, it'll give you an idea as to what we're going for. Unfortunately, we lost our previous build, but it was a good learning experience. I'm just glad that we were able to actually fly it before it got deleted. Wait, what? What? You have to connect the beam to the wing. But that's not how this works, though. All parts which are then attached to this part will turn or spin with the power of the attached engine. Huh? So what order did I have this previously? You have to connect the beam to the wing. How do we connect the beam to the wing? Hold on, I'm gonna look back on stream now. This is the order that's like still boggling my mind. Okay, I see. Yes, I see. Okay, so we can't actually build it like this. What we can do is we can lift this whole thing up. Yeah, I see. So, in hindsight, we can't actually build it this wide because the whole engine 5 by 5 by 13 No, we can. We just need to extend the engines out. Yeah, this can't be here. This has to be 1 over. Like that. That's where the motor has to be. But yes, I did look back on stream, and I do appreciate you reminding me. This has to be able to rotate. And for some reason, yeah, I don't know how we worked that out. I honestly am still like the way we worked it out was by brute force bug testing. That's how we actually worked it out. Oh, it needs to go up 1 more. Brute force bug testing. So for some reason, you need a hinge connector between this. Otherwise, it doesn't rotate. And we did test that. Like, I'm not going to debate it. I'm not going to try testing it again. I'm just going to do it the same way we did it last time. Because I'm not going to sit here iterating back and forth again. I did enough of that. We're good. Now, the great thing is we can actually use this if I instead use a 3-pin here. And again, this whole build, like, once we get one side of it, then we have the whole thing. Because you just mirror the same exact design on the other side. There you go. And then the cherry on top, the hinge connector. All right, so this should let's keep that because that's going to make it a little bit easier to rebuild. This should rotate. And before we do anything else, we're going to test it. I don't need that there. This is going to have to be mirrored, though. So let me just mirror that while I'm thinking of it. There you go. Yeah, that's set to space, control. I'm honestly going to... I'm uploading it to the workshop because I'm just going to close the game if I lose my build again. Okay, so we have rotation going the wrong direction, which is good to see because then we can just easily do this. But yes, it works now. Why it's rotating so slowly, I don't fully understand. Oh, yes, that's because this is backwards. There we go. Beautiful. So now the entire rest of this build is going to be specifically to counteract that force in a perfectly balanced way. And also add some wings and stuff so that it doesn't flop around. Is that the end of the thing there? Yeah, that's pretty clean. That's honestly pretty clean. We have a pretty clean build coming together. And I will put this on the marketplace. The workshop. I keep calling it the marketplace. It is not a marketplace. It is completely free. A marketplace involves purchasing things. The workshop, I will put it on the workshop once I am done with this build. And this thing is going to be, it's going to be a beast. Like, this thing is going to be able to do acrobatics like a monster once we're done with it. This is going to be an acrobatic beauty. So this is pretty much the design. Now we just have to mirror the entire thing. So let's go about doing that. Not going to be, it's not that difficult. But if we'll find out immediately. We have to consider the center mass as so the difference between the last build and this build is that we can do something like this. We may have to, hold on. No, we're good. If we do it like that, there we go. Boom. Center, perfectly centered hoop. But that's going to have to be, yeah, we are going to have to do it like this. Wait, what? What? There we go. So it's pretty clear like what this build is going to be. It should be very, very agile and powerful once we're done. Let me, before I keep pressing escape, we're going to upload the whip. Because every time I press escape, there's this small part of my brain that's like, oh yeah, you may get your build just erased completely. So we are going to keep uploading it as we iterate so we don't lose it. But I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Those fins would decrease the upward velocity? Yeah. We could make them vertical. We'll see how much power we get. If we're lacking upward velocity, then I can make them vertical. The way you have to build this is so weird, but hey, it works. Crazy that we figured that out. I'm still thinking about how I figured that out. Now, there may be another way to do it. We're gonna have to color these so I know which one is which. Because it is gonna take a little bit of testing. But the goal of this build is going to be to make a highly agile, acrobatics capable quadcopter. And I think if everything goes according to plan, based on this structure, we should be pretty good. This is backwards. Yeah, these need to be running in parallel. What will you do for yaw? Center, we're gonna put a weight in the center and then we're gonna rotate it. And then as for the, that's rotation. For the yaw, the WASD controls are like baked into the program, like the programming of the game. Because the developers made it so when you launch a car off of a ramp and you're in the air, you can press WASD to like move it. So we're just gonna pretend like this thing has a controller chip in it to like modulate the rate of the fan blades. That's what we're gonna pretend. Now, for the rotation, we're gonna use a weight in the center and use the inertia of rotating that to rotate the whole thing. Do the effectiveness of the wing pieces change with the angle? I believe so. Yes. I believe so. But you can't fine-tune the angle. Like there's a set number of positions that you can use. Yeah, we need the... So this needs to be reversed as well. We have to be careful with how we set the propellers. And I am going to make sure now we're going to color these. That when we test them, We already have a kind of blue one. Or like that one's striped, so it's very different. Like vibrant green, striped, vibrant blue, vibrant purple, pink. All right, and then we just have to put a weight in the center. Which is then going to be rotated using an engine. Yeah, we don't even really need that. That is going to lead to there being one side. So I'm thinking if this is going to be forward, let's test it first. These are all set up. Let's just test it. Let's see what happens. I'm going to save this because I don't want to do that again. If you put the wings at high angle of attack, it could go insanely fast. Oh, you mean like rotating them more? Like that? No. These are the only positions that it can be at. With a servo. All right, it's hard to tell. I think we're gonna have to do it with W and S using a controller. Yeah, only one of these was bound to spacebar anyway. All right, so pink and green need to be reversed. Yeah. Now, what was strange about the last build, once we finally got it, was that one of the engines was reversed. I don't know why. Yes, that's correct. Yeah, there we go. Now, it's because of the... So we're rotating because this is not mapped to Q and E. So now S is going to be control, W is going to be space. And that should still work and be very stable. Yeah, there we go. We're still rotating lightly. Oh, it's because we have wings on one side. We need to balance out these fins. Yes, these fins are going to restrict upward motion. So we may... I'm going to angle them vertically. But I just want this thing to be stable. There we go. Oh, very, very stable. Beautiful. Oh, that's it. There you go. It's pretty bare bones too. Like nothing is, I don't think we could refine it a little bit. But yeah, this thing is very, very stable. Haha, front flip. I don't get why people make it with one in the opposite direction. I'm still trying to wrap my head around that. Right now, we have 2 in the opposite direction. Oh, clean. The rotation is... Well, let me think. W is forward. Blue and pink are forward. Our rotation is backwards. Right? So when I fly a quadcopter or a helicopter, I like W to be forwards. S to be backwards. Yeah. Left, right, W, forward, backwards. And then Q and E need to be reversed. This needs to be reversed. And then this needs to be, this arm, this whole arm. What was this? E and Q, so we'll remember that. This whole arm needs to be built out this way. Weird, it doesn't want to... No, that's fine. E and Q. Trying to think of a name for this thing. Make the weight at the bottom? Oh, underneath it? Yeah, we could do that. Because if the propellers are above, then you want the weight below. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, this thing should work. Oh, it's reverse again. So when we flipped it, we needed to change that. Now, as for the upward force motion, it's pretty powerful. Like, it feels like if we want, we can really catch it. Yeah, the rotation is correct now. Being able to use a controller with something like this would be very nice. Under the bridge? A little too high. Yeah, add more planetary gears. I mean, given the design, Yeah, we could. As to whether we'll be able to control that amount of power, that is another question. But I think if we're going for like a Mark 1, this will be okay. Like this thing feels pretty good. I kind of have it where I want it to be, I think. Like close. I'm thinking about like some potential modifications. But yeah, we can edit the colors. I'll make orange and black. Supersonic drone? Yeah, we could. I mean, the thing is, the planetary gears take up space. All we would need to do is extend these arms down, right? How's the aerodynamics? Pretty good. I think I will take these off and make them vertical, though. Because these are also not even maximum efficiency right now. That goes up to 66, 78. That lowers it down to 53. You know, instead of putting them here at all, maybe if we put them here, it'll well, the efficiency is going to change rapidly. Or what we could do is put them inside. I don't think that would help though. Maybe 78. I feel like that shouldn't help, but it is helping. Oh, that's gonna be... No, I think we do do it like this. Like that. Pins instead of weight. It really gets into like controllability. Okay, so now I'm not touching anything, it keeps turning. I don't like that. I don't like having to counter steer it. Yeah, so having these sideways doesn't seem like it's doing what I want it to. Having them vertical in the direction of motion. I think having them horizontal is gonna increase mobility even more. Yeah, that's feeling snappier. Like it holds its position pretty well without like needing counter steering, right? Oh, that the wind resistance. That's so weird though. Why would the wind catch one blade but not another? Like when I stop moving, I want it to be stable, right? Because the thing is a perfect mirror of itself. This thing is starting to feel pretty good though. This is actually feeling good. I feel like someone skilled at flying a quadcopter would be able to fly this thing and do some crazy stuff with it. But yes, having the weight lower does seem to help. Can you go with no fins? I can try. I'm pretty sure the fins are what is... They are what are providing the yaw control. Oh no, you're right. Okay, how am I even able to control it without any fins? That's the question. Oh, weird. Okay, it's a little bit... No, you know, it actually feels better. It does oversteer a little bit. Like, see how it's going left? I'm not pressing left. It's like it continues to oversteer. But the air resistance is definitely less. For sure. Which means we get more power. But see, I'm not pressing left right now. It's like it continues to steer, even though I'm not. Yeah, I think I like the fins. Maybe just 2 fins on either side. Because they provide, they're definitely causing air resistance, but they provide like a static stability that I like. Yeah, see, it's still doing it, but less. That feels better. See, it's turning to the left, but only slightly. Only slightly. With the 2 wings, it wasn't doing that at all. Backflip. Barrel roll. Yeah, this thing is feeling pretty close to where I think I want it to be. No, it's still it's like steering even when I don't want it to. It's weird. I think having the double wings on either side prevents that. It's this weird thing where I'm flying it and then I steer to the left and then it continues steering. So I have to like counter steer it. It's still doing it, but only slightly with the 4 fins. Yeah, it resists that. The fins are resisting that constant. Under the bridge, under the bridge. No! Oh, I cannot see where we're going at all. Rip. Plain tail fin, that could help as well. All right, please let me control. Oh, it's doing the thing where I'm close to the water, so I'm close to the ground, so it doesn't give me control. That's why I couldn't actually get out of there. So, yeah, when you get too close to the ground, you lose your WASD control because of the way the vehicles work in the game, the ground vehicles. Yeah, this would feel really good with a controller where you're able to... Oh, just missed it. Where you're where you're able to use your triggers to rotate, your controller to yaw. There we go. We made it. Q and E with WASD is kind of difficult. Yeah, this feels good. This is getting the thing is, you know, we could make it faster, but again, I think you would just lose control because of the aerodynamic forces. Like, I think going much faster than this, you would start to lose control. Yeah, it flipped forward. Like, if I'm going like this and I let go, it like... Yeah, it's so strange. I think it's based on where the fan blades stop. Huh. I think a plain a tail fin sticking out would limit our ability to rotate. That's why I put the fins on the inside to lower the area, the surface area, as much as possible. Not sticking out, just take the front one out. I feel like something like that could help. No, see how it's still turning? Huh. Interesting. Having the weight below was a good idea, though. It kind of like lets you air brake. Like if I want to stop really fast, you just stop. You stop pressing the power, right? Like going along, and then air brake. But oh, it's bugged out. Yeah, I don't know. Like these spins don't really feel like they're helping too much. I'm not pushing anything other than spacebar. That definitely helps the... It's strange. It's definitely strange. Try it on backside. I wonder if that will be far enough apart. Yeah. No, 84. No, we can't. Wait, how? No, we can't put this here because the propellers are gonna hit it. We could put them underneath, right? Yeah. Like this. And like that. There we go. Yeah, 84%. That feels a little bit more stable. It's not continuing to steer. It just kind of like hangs there. Yeah. I think, yeah, having them on the backside is actually helping. Given the direction of motion, if this is typically the way that we're headed, yeah, that feels okay. If we bank, it kind of holds that position. That feels okay. I want to go under this bridge. It's very difficult. Go under the bridge. Under the bridge. Ah! That's the true test. If we can get it like under an arch intentionally, that means that we have good control over it. It feels okay when we stop the propellers. Definitely still strange though. It is the case though, like someone who's actually good at flying these drones would probably know a lot more than I do about how it should handle. Using a controller would definitely be easier. But yeah, making this thing much faster would just make it even less controllable. Single fin horizontally on the back. We would have to change the arm. The position of the arm would have to change. I think we can use a big one on the center. Now it has to go below. Not inside, outside? Horizontally inside like that? Yeah, I think it's okay. The thing is, the biggest thing is, so if it oversteers a little bit, that's okay, as long as you can counteract it. Oh, I was trying to slide underneath it. Let's try. I want to go underneath that arch. Freaking trees in the way, though. Oh, no. Kinda. It feels like it has good enough power. Oh, kind of made it. Not really. Oh, we can go in reverse too. Wait, what happens if I reverse? It's not strong enough. If I flip upside down, and I reverse, oh, that's so weird. All the controls are inverse. Yeah, it's not strong enough to do that. Yeah, I think there are multiple modifications that can be made to this thing. But as for oh, clean. As for changing it too much, I think it's good in this condition. Like, it can rotate, it kind of holds its turn, it kind of oversteers, but you can steer it back fast enough. Yeah, that's solid. That's a solid acrobatics quad. I think that's a good Mark 1. I want to call this thing something that isn't just acrobatics quad. Let's call it the Mayfly. I had to look up a whole bunch of different names. There, the Mayfly Mark 1. It's in a good enough state. Like, it does what I want it to, but yeah, as far as like a Mark II and refining it goes, anyone can refine it. You can add more planetary gears, you can change the wings, you can add more engines. It's a very like basic design with decent maneuverability. But as for controlling it with WASD, Q and E, spacebar, it's pretty difficult. Like, if you watch anyone do like FPV drones, they use joysticks and controllers. Being able to modulate the throttle, all of that, that's all important to be able to do when flying a drone. I've never actually flown a drone in real life. Oh my. Yeah, this is the Dragonfly Mark 1, which I just keep crashing into the ground over and over again. Going from a quadcopter to an airplane is what I'm experiencing right now. It's different. It's different, and it feels very weird. But yeah, both of these are on the workshop at this point. The Dragonfly Mark 1, the Mayfly Mark 1 are both on the workshop for anyone to use. But yes, I am going to leave the stream here for now. If you've been enjoying my live streams, please consider liking and subscribing. So the First Descendant is going to be coming out tomorrow in about, like, what, 12 hours or so? I am going to be streaming the First Descendant, and it is a looter shooter. It's a different style of game. I will be coming back to Screwdrivers in the future. As far as streaming it for 4 to 5 hours a day, I'm going to end up toning it down a bit moving forward. But this game has been absolutely enjoyable. Free to play on Steam. Highly recommend getting the supporter pack so that we can see some nice updates and new pieces and new content and stuff. But yes, that's all for now, and I will be on in the future. Thank you.